Hello, and welcome to jasonnewland.com. That is my website. This is Let Me Bore You to Sleep. That is my podcast. And I'm Jason Newland. That is my name. Please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. Always. So, yeah, this is the second Let Me Bore You to Sleep that I have done today. Don't ask me why. It's very strange. I'm not quite sure. And this is also the second attempt at the second recording of Let Me Bore You to Sleep, because I've just done about 10 minutes and I'm thinking, I'm looking at the screen because I record it on my iPad and it's spiky. It's like really loud and spiky on the screen, and I look at the microphone to see what's going on, and it was recording on the iPad microphone, which is like really bad quality sound, not the microphone that I use. I use a Rode microphone that plugs in, and it's like, what's going on? So I have to undo everything and re-plug everything in, and it's okay now. So I don't quite know what happened, because the last time I made a recording, which was this morning, it was fine. At least I hope it was. I would have noticed the sound difference, because the sound quality, when I do it on just the iPad, it's very, very echoey. It's very kind of a little bit distant. It's probably not terrible sound, but it is for me, for the podcast. And, if nothing else, even if the content's ridiculously bad on these recordings, the sound is fairly good. It's fairly clear. And there generally isn't much in the way of like background hiss or anything like that. So today is the 30th of July 2026. It's 29 minutes past 4. It's Thursday. I'm nearly uploaded re-uploaded all the recordings back onto the Relax and Sleep Hypnosis Daily. So I'm up to 24 days ago. And bearing in mind I didn't do anything new for over a week of hypnosis stuff, so I'm pretty much near completion on that one, which is good. And once I've done that one, I'll be looking at doing the same with the Sleep Hypnosis podcast. And then, in fact, let me have a look. I don't know what other ones need doing, because I'm not sure how many I did. Oh no, I didn't. That's good. So for the Sleep Hypnosis recordings, there's 496 episodes. I didn't delete any of them. Like at the time that I was deleting, I was deleting recordings to make it just 10 hours long. I didn't do it on the Sleep Hypnosis podcast. Although I don't have all of the recordings that I used to have on there. But there's every time, like in the past, I've done a Whisper Wednesday or anything, they're all on there, so they're all up to date, as well as the Deep Sleep Whisper. But I generally don't do that many of those when it comes to hypnosis. It's just, in a way, I know when I do the hypnosis recordings, although I've not got no plans to make any new ones just yet, it's very softly spoken anyway. So it might not be me going and all that, but That's me whispering, by the way. This is me whispering. Hello. It might not be that, but it's still very gentle. More gentler than this. It's slower as well. So, I mean, if I had a sentence, if I just said like, okay, right, let me just make up a sentence. If I read something off the internet, Richard Madeley. Why is he on there? I already talked about him earlier. Okay. So, okay, look at the fans base. Let's read this out. Richard Madeley is one of the most recognisable faces in British television, known for his long career as a presenter, journalist and author. For decades, he has been a constant presence on UK daytime television, often described as a broadcaster who blends traditional journalism with an approachable, conversational style. To many viewers, Richard Madeley is best remembered as one half of the iconic TV duo Richard and Judy, alongside his wife Judy Finnegan. So that's me talking. He's 69 years old. He looks so good. Seriously, he looks the same as he just doesn't seem to have aged at all. So that's me reading it normally, like, you know, when I do these podcasts. If I was reading it out in a kind of hypnotic-y voice, this kind of voice that I do for hypnosis, it'd be different. It'd be like, Richard Madeley. Okay. Richard Madeley is one of the most recognisable faces in British television, known for his long career as a presenter, journalist and author. For decades, he has been a constant presence on UK daytime television, often described as a broadcaster who blends traditional journalism with an approachable, conversational style. To many viewers, Richard Madeley is best remembered as one half of the iconic TV duo Richard and Judy, alongside his wife Judy Finnegan. You see what I mean? It's just a different. It's quieter. I'm just looking at the difference in levels. It's a quieter speaking, slower, softer. But at the same time, I would say I'm speaking softly in this recording as well. But that's just on a different kind of level. But it's, at the same time, it's not fake. well, maybe, I don't know. What I mean by fake is that is the speed and the tone, that's how I speak when I'm in that mental state of hypnosis, when I'm relaxed and my mind is slowing down and my body is relaxing, and I'm opening myself up more to positive suggestions, open to healing, and more available to accept something, an idea or a thought that may be useful, either now or in the future. And there's a reason why I don't have Vinny in a room when I do hypnosis recordings. And when you hear Vinny lapping up the water, you'll find your mind emptying completely and your body relaxing. 10, 9, 8, 7, and when he starts rummaging around under the desk, ripping up a plastic bag, you become even more relaxed. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and when you hear me giggling underneath my breath, you become completely loose. 2-1. So yeah, it's I don't know what my point was in that one, but yeah, for me, in a way, I kind of feel that my I don't know, it's not a lot of difference, but there is a difference. And I guess it depends on my interest in what I'm talking about as well. So if I'm talking about, for example, I imagine if I'm talking about boxing, my voice is probably a bit quicker. Did you notice that when I said quicker, I whistled? Quicker. So yeah. I feel quite relaxed today. The dog over the fence hasn't really barked since 10 o'clock this morning, and it still hasn't barked since they've been back either, so it's really been a nice break from hearing it barking. I mean, it's not non-stop, you know, it's not like bark, 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 you know, for the whole day, but it's on and off the whole day. And it seems any little thing can trigger him off, and you know, the cats, which is normal. It's normal for a dog to be like, to get excited when they see a cat on the fence and stuff like that. Vinny's the same. He doesn't bark, but he does definitely gets excited. Vinny's more, if he hears someone coming into the building, especially upstairs, if he hears them going into their flats, he'll bark. And I don't know if he thinks that they're at my door, or our front door. Maybe he can't tell the difference, he just hears a sound. I'm not sure. But he does bark whenever he hears the neighbours on my floor. Doesn't take a huge amount of notice to the neighbours downstairs, even the ones that let their doors slam. That used to make him bark, but it doesn't anymore. He doesn't bark at the other dog barking. Usually. Unless that dog sounds... Well, there's certain times when he does. I mean, even to me, the dog sometimes sounds distressed. It probably isn't. Well, it might be, but there's occasional when he will bark. Or if the other dog is barking at another neighbour's dog, and there's like, I don't know, it might just be a conversation. They might be just like moaning about the weather and Vinny wants to get in on the action. I don't know. But there's a few things that disturb the dog over the fence. There's a neighbour not far away that's got chickens in the garden, and those chickens are tormenting the dog. Really, like proper, you can hear them like calling them names and stuff. Then there's the cats, because he's in the garden a lot. He can come and go. He's not stuck in the garden, but he likes to play in the garden, and we've got a massive tree, so it's hardly ever in the sun anyway, because there's a shade there. It's probably cooler outside than it is inside, actually, underneath that tree, especially when there's a bit of a breeze. I couldn't leave Vinny outside. Well, firstly, because we're not supposed to. I'm not supposed to let him sort of roam around in the communal garden because of the cats. I was told that when I was going to get a dog the first time, before I got Andre. And they said, you can't let him run around on its own. The rules of having a dog here really was, first of all, the most important thing is that you didn't disturb the neighbours. So I've been really careful with him to try and make sure that when he does bark, it doesn't last long. And the only person to really get disturbed when they're inside their home is going to be my neighbours directly below me. The other neighbours will hear him when they're in the hallway going into their house or into their home, but once they're in the home, they probably won't hear him at all. And I don't leave him in the hallway so he can bark continuously. And, I keep him in the living room with me, which is a shame because I don't want to be stuck in just one room. And neither does he. He loves going into the bedroom and hanging out in there. But I know that as soon as anyone walks up the stairs, he's barking. Which is a little bit of a shame. I did wonder though, maybe if I let him just go into the bedroom, have all the doors open, eventually he'll just get used to the sounds of people coming and going into their flats. And every now and then I open the door, especially recently, I think it was yesterday, I got the window open here and I opened the door in the bathroom, which is opposite the living room, and I opened the window in the bathroom so I could get a little bit of a through draft air thing going. And he went and sat in laid down or whatever on the bed. And it was very peaceful. I quite liked it. It's like, and there was some air in here. But as soon as there was a sound on the hallway, which was a neighbour, I actually thought it was someone at the front door, because it's the same noise he makes. It's the same absolute frantic, manic, urgent screaming that he does. He doesn't just bark, he screams when I think it's because he's excited, because he loves everybody. He hasn't got an issue. I don't think maybe sometimes he's guarding the door, I don't know. But to me it sounds like it's just, if there's someone knocking on a door that he doesn't know, that's a new friend for him. He gets excited. And I imagine he can smell everyone in the building, so he knows who's who. So he knows, just because dogs have really good senses of smell, don't they? So, and he can hear, so he knows who's going into each flat. He doesn't bark at the dustmen though, which they come every 2 weeks. So that's, I don't know why he doesn't bark at them. He's probably scared actually, because they're a little bit rough, sound a bit scary, but I don't know. And maybe the flat opposite me, that's where Uncle Sausages used to live. And perhaps in his mind, when that door goes, when he hears the click of that door, he thinks it's Uncle Sausages. And he absolutely adored Uncle Sausages, loved him. Especially once he got to run around his flat, loved it. And so Uncle Sausages, the reason we called him Uncle Sausages is because he used to put packets of sausages through the letterbox for Vinny. Those kind of those really rubbery, horrible hot doggy things. I think there was like 6 in a packet or something. Inedible for humans. I mean, there are for humans, but I could never eat one. They were just really, really horrible. But he loved them. Absolutely loved them. And yeah, Uncle Sausages used to get them for him whenever he went up to the shops. Although he did stop going up to the shops, and I didn't really read anything into it, to be honest. He stopped walking up there. And he kept saying to me, will you go and get some for him? I said, I'm not walking up there. He kept sort of saying, if I give you the money, you go and get them for him. I said, no, it's fine. I'll just order some online or something. I didn't realise maybe he was struggling to do the walk. I didn't think about it at the time. Because I noticed that he was getting older, because he was, he turned 79 in hospital last summer, and I noticed that he was slowing down a bit, as I am, I guess. But the thing about Uncle Sausages, and that's one of the things that bugged me the most, or that I admired as well, he loved being alive. He was excited. Now, I know I realise that I'm interpreting through my own eyes by his actions and what he said, interpreting how he was feeling. And the reality is, I've got no idea how he was feeling. I don't know. But from the outside, he seemed excited a lot of the time because of sports, because of a cricket tournament coming up or a golf tournament coming up. Football. Football was his number one sport that he loved the most. And when I moved in, he used to travel regularly to sporting events around the world. I think mainly Europe, but he used to travel to like golf tournaments, rugby tournaments, cricket. I've already said golf, haven't I? I don't know if he was into motorsports. Tennis is another one. So yeah, he's really into all that stuff. He pretended he was interested in boxing in order to have a conversation with me about boxing. I mean, he knew the basics, like he knew roughly who was who. But I know he wasn't really that interested, but he wanted to. He knew that I struggled to have a conversation with him about football or rugby or tennis or any other sport, because the only sport I've got any interest in is boxing. So he would kind of make an effort with me on that front, which is quite nice, really, if you think about it. But the only boxers that he liked was the Northern Irish boxers, because he was from Northern Ireland, and they were the boxers that he championed, the ones that he supported. So there's been a few world champions from there, so he was always excited about that. But we had this disagreement. Well, it wasn't like a bad disagreement, but he used to listen to the boxing on the radio. And I can't say I've never listened to boxing on the radio, because I have. Even back in 1984, I was listening to boxing on the radio. Frank Bruno fighting Joe Bugner, I think was 84, maybe 85, because it wasn't on telly. Or if it was on telly, it was on too late. I didn't get the chance to watch it. I know it was on it. Why wasn't it on telly? I don't know. But anyway, it was at Wembley Stadium, I remember that. But I listened to it. Oh, maybe it wasn't that. Maybe it was Jerry Coetzee. Yeah, Jerry Coetzee, that wasn't on telly. I think maybe Bugner was on telly. And because I remember watching it. But then I also watched Jerry Coetzee because they showed the replay of that. Jerry Coetzee was a South African boxer. He was a former world champion. And I think Joe Bugner was he was the person that Frank Bruno fought and defeated before he fought for the world title against Tim Witherspoon in 1980. I think it was 86, 85, I think it was 86, 1986, when I was 15 years old. I'll start crying in a minute. 15. 40 years ago. Absolutely ridiculous. 40 years ago. Stop it. I'm tormenting myself. So yeah, I have listened to fights on the radio. I remember I listened to the Nassim Hamid, Prince Nassim fight on the radio when I was in a nightclub. I was in a comedy club late at night, and the fight was on. Yeah, that's my voice went weird, didn't it? The fight was on Sky, so I had no chance of watching it. So I listened to it on the radio with, one of my friends that was there as well. I think it was the Kevin Kelly fight, I think. Yeah. It was in Las Vegas, I do believe. So I have listened to fights on the radio, but my argument, it was an opinion, but I'll still stick to it, is he chose to listen on the radio rather than watch it, because he'd listen to it, but he'll be watching football at the same time, something like that, or replays of matches. And I said to him, it's not the same. In fact, it wasn't really an argument, because he didn't argue that it was the same as watching it. But I was like, it's just nowhere similar to watching it. What's the point? If you are able to watch it, why wouldn't you watch it? Why listen to it on the radio? If you have a choice, I mean. But that's just what he preferred. I couldn't really get my head around it. And I said, well, don't really know what's going on. And I think he took that personally. And I said, no, I don't mean it's because of you, but if you listen to the commentary of a fight, sometimes it's so biased, so one-sided, that it's almost like the commentators are watching a different fight to the one that's actually going on. And they may spend the entire 12 rounds or however long it lasts blowing smoke up one of the boxers, just going on about how wonderful they are. And then at the end of it, the other person won. It's just like they weren't even watching really what was happening. They were just seeing it through their own opinions, their opinionated eyes. I think that's the baby across the road having a little cry. Must be hard for little babies in this heat. So that's why we have freezers, isn't it? I don't mean but you can open the freezer, can't you, or the fridge and stuff, and have... I haven't thought about doing it. That's not a bad idea, actually. Sitting in the freezer. Yesterday, because Vinny was like panting, just in case you don't know what panting sounds like, and we was indoors, and I thought, I need to do something about that. That's got to be uncomfortable for him. So I got a towel, and I basically just soaked it wet with cold water. And my problem I made a problem is I shouldn't have let him know that I was going to put it on him, so he ran around to get away. Eventually I caught him and I put it over him, just so it cool him down a little bit. And he just stood there frozen. No, not because the towel wasn't that cold. It didn't freeze him physically, but he wasn't happy. And that wasn't what I intended. I wanted to cause him, I wanted to decrease his discomfort, not increase it. So I left him there about another hour. But he cooled him down. He didn't pant anymore. It seemed to do the trick. I just wanted just to cool him down a bit, but he was like, oh, what? He didn't know what to do. I mean, maybe, the towel is bigger than him, so maybe the towel was just really heavy, especially being wet. Because he's only little, isn't he? He's the size of a little rabbit. A little ginger rabbit. A little dimply ginger rabbit with frowny eyebrows. He's got a permanent frown on. It's the Jack Russell thing, isn't it? A permanent frown on, sticky up ears, sticky up tail, and every now and then he'll put his paw up when we're walking, just like, stop, stop. I don't know what we're stopping for, but it's almost like he's just like, everyone, stop. He smelt something. And I don't know, I just find it so cute, because that's probably the only thing, well, the two things I can really understand from his behaviour. When he puts his paw up, not begging, but when we're out, he puts his paw up, and that's, as far as I'm aware, I mean, I might be completely wrong, but that's him saying wait. I don't know what we're waiting for, but that's wait. The other thing is if he wants something to eat, and it's normally not food, but sometimes it is, he licks his lips now. Like that. So when he's staring at me and going onto two legs, or his two back legs, and just like with his he's just standing up like a little meerkat, it means he wants something or he needs something. Now I have to try and figure out if he needs a toilet, if he, and the water never runs out anyway, but I refill it freshly a few times a day. If he's hungry, or if there's something else going on there. It's normally one of those. Now, if he's hungry, this is quite a new thing actually, he started licking his lips. So he's probably realised that when he licks his lips, I go and get him something to eat. So he's kind of trained me, really. So many flies around. So I've got 2 flies in the kitchen. I don't know where they've come from. I mean, obviously they've come from a maggot somewhere, haven't they? They come from a fly. But I don't know where. I don't mean it's hereditary. It's genealogy. It's ancestral tree. I don't mean that. But just generally, the window's closed. Where have these 2 flies come from? There's no food on the counter. I never leave any food out, ever. Anything that is kind of, even tea bags or food that he's not eating, goes into a sealed plastic bag before I can get rid of it. So everything's sealed. There's not anything that it can kind of land on, and it's not like there's no half a sausage left on the counter that a fly can come and make love to and produce more flies. I guess that's how they do it. So where are they coming from? That's what just it throws me off a little bit. Here's something I've been doing today. Oh, I shouldn't really say this. It is a story about Uncle Sausages. I watched a fight and he listened to the same fight. And he was talking about it. And he listened to the whole thing and it went the distance. And he was really happy for the result. It turned out that he got the people wrong. So he was listening to he didn't realise which boxer was who during the fight, which you're not going to get confused about that when you're watching it, generally. And he because of the commentating was probably so unclear that maybe he wasn't concentrating, because he had a thing where he'd have the TV on watching sports, he'd have the laptop on, or like the iPad or whatever, watching sports, he'd have his phone watching or listening to sports, and he'd have a radio listening to sports. He'd have all these things going on at the same time sometimes. I couldn't believe it. I went in there once. It was like he literally had 3 things going on. He had the radio, the TV, and the tablet. All different sports at the same time. And I don't know how he did it. No, I couldn't. I can do one thing at a time. And I'm okay with that. I ain't got no issue with, there are benefits of being able to multitask, I realise. But it doesn't relax me. It's weird, that, isn't it? It's a very strange thing. Trying to, that's why juggling is something I never really took to. I mean, 2 balls was enough. 3 balls, a little bit too. It was almost like juggling 3 balls would be like walking a tightrope to me. That same feeling of it's just not relaxing. And I know that some people get off not being relaxed. I'm the opposite. I have to focus on feeling relaxed every day of the year. I have to take time to try and calm myself down, listening to my podcasts sometimes, listening to classical music every day, honestly, probably 2-3 hours a day. It might sound weird, but that's how that and medication, but that helps me to keep calm. And that's something I didn't used to do when I was younger. It's also something that I didn't need to do at times. But the last 20 years, the last 10 years, I've had the time maybe to do that, and maybe I haven't done it like I should. The previous 10 years I was working, so I used to do it maybe in the evening, try and kind of calm down. But then, I wasn't always successful. So keeping calm, peaceful, it feels healing to me. It feels like there's a healing element to a peace of mind, a calmness of mind, which I won't lie and make out that that's how I am all the time, because I'm not. But I like that feeling. It's almost like that is my drug now, relaxation. That is my go-to place where it's probably the nicest feeling. Just feeling peaceful. Nobody wanting anything. Nothing needing to be done. And I just mean it in that moment, not in life, because there's always things that needs to be done, and people might need stuff off you. And I don't mean like all the time, just in that period, in that moment, being able to just let go. And the more you do it, the quicker you can do it, and the easier you can do it, I find. I don't know what my point is on this. What's that got to do with boxing? I don't know. I've nearly uploaded, I don't know if I mentioned this, I've nearly uploaded all the recordings on the Relax and Sleep Hypnosis Daily podcast. I've got When Kindness is Used, okay, Carrying Memories with Love, 24 days ago. So I'm nearly done. I'm nearly finished uploading or re-uploading the recordings for that podcast. And when that's done, I'm going to move on to the Sleep Hypnosis podcast. And then I don't know what other ones I need to do. It's a little bit, I'm just not sure, if I'm honest. What other ones have I got? 10 hours. Okay, chronic pain. Okay, right, so I can have to re-upload those ones because they're just 10 hours long. Sleep hypnosis, deep sleep whispers, that's all fine. Jason's bedtime story time, I have to re-upload those because they're all 10 hours. Damn it. And Let Me Bore Your Pain Away, they're all 10 hours. So I need to re-upload all those ones, the 6 versions of each. Hopefully I've still got them stored somewhere. Sleepy, boring objects. Blimey. They're all 10 hours as well. what on earth? And there's a lot of them as well. So yeah, I'm going to have to go back. Oh no, they're not all. There's a few, yeah, most of them are all 10 hours. So I'm going to have to go back and sort of try and sort those out as well. So it's probably going to take another week or two before they're all done. What about the Stop Smoking podcast? No, I kept that as it was. Good. That's good. And what other ones? These are almost like hidden. It's almost like no one knows about these podcasts anymore, which is weird considering how many recordings I've got. So that's weird. Okay, so relaxation hypnosis for stress and panic attacks. So I haven't created a new recording for that since September 24th, 2025. But there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 15 plus 231. So 15, 231, 41, 50, 41, 46, 47. So 246 or 47. So that's quite a few recordings. Bearing in mind that I started doing these. The very first recording I did for this podcast was, I don't have a date. Brilliant. What do I have a date for? What one do I have a date for? I think it was about 2. Okay, yeah. So number 53 was the 8th of September 2019. So I started this either 2000. Is that December? Was it September? So I reckon I probably started that in 2019. I might have even started it in 2018. Some of those recordings, like the early ones, they're pretty good actually, if I remember rightly. And some of them are pretty long, like an hour long. Quite a few of them are quite long, nearly an hour, half an hour, 27 minutes, 26 minutes. There's some shorter ones, like 17 minutes. But there was a time when I was doing them every day, especially during like 2020 time, I think. Yeah, 21st of May 2020. That was 100 and... So I'm just looking at the beginning, what number was I up to when I started? January, 8th of January. Look. So I went from the 14th of December 2019, it was 68, and number 69 was the 8th of January. So I did quite a few in 2019, but then I did the rest from 69 all the way up to... Where is it? All the way up to... Okay, gotta go down now. 217, 18. So 218. So 69 all the way to 218. That was in 2020. So I don't know how many that is, but it's quite a few, isn't it? And I went through a period when I was doing them like every day. But a lot of it's very conversational. But there's also techniques. So I kind of miss doing them now. I should get back to doing more of these. Because they're very creative. I kind of have an idea in my head what I want to do, and then I just talk about it. And I go through an exercise or a technique that I've either thought up, or it's maybe it's one that I remember, or maybe it's an amalgamation of a mixture of different things. I've got one here: pouring, healing, relaxation and safety into your brain. 21st, that sounds a bit weird, doesn't it? 21st of December 2020. Tapping scalp to relax brain. Wow. Hot water bottle stress relief technique. Making friends with your stress. I've got one here. Oh. Relaxing sleepy rooms. Blimey. I've got some where I don't know. But I've got one about victim mentality. Basically caring for carers. And the words never again. So that was 22nd of November 2020. So I'm not sure what's going on. I mean, quite often I'd make a recording based on perhaps what was going on in my own life, or how I was feeling, or things that other people around me were going through. I'm still a little bit like that, you know. If I know someone that's going through a thing, I might do a recording on that subject, even if I know that the person that I'm doing it for is never going to listen to it, or that I'm aiming it for won't ever listen. Because ultimately, what I've noticed in life, in like in my real life experience, is when I tell people that I do what I do online, and that I've made hypnosis recordings since 2006, lots of different things, you know. Ultimately, sleep, relaxation and sleep, probably the main things, and not probably, definitely the main things, sleep being at the top. But then there's no sleep without relaxation. And then chronic pain relief. But then there's no chronic pain relief without relaxation. So relaxation is the core of everything that I do. It's the splint, as it were. It's what makes it hard. It's almost like, in a sense, you could think of relaxation as being like Viagra. It's, you know, it's important. It's the tent pole of sleeping. So what we've got: support networks and asking for help. Focus. Oh God, blimey! You were born with positive foundations inbuilt. I mean, some of these recordings. You were born able to sleep. You're born able to relax and sleep naturally. That was 22nd of October 2020. So I was doing them nearly every day. I did one the 19th, the 21st, 22nd, 25th, 29th, 30th of October. Then the 8th of November. Another one on the 8th of November. Then the 11th, 16th, 17th. I didn't put the date on the next one, but the one after that is the 19th. Then 22nd. 23rd, 29th of November, 1st of December 2020, 3rd again, 9th, 20th, 21st, 29th. Wow. It's weird because what I did in some of those recordings, I'm not trying to like get anyone to listen to them because I think that podcast just seems to have, it's almost like it's there but it's not there in a way. It's like it's invisible almost, but not to me, and I've kept them and I've saved them. So, and at the time I didn't do different versions, I just did one recording. And back in 2020 I wasn't doing 6 different versions back then. There's some funny ones as well. There's the silly song number 84. If I remember rightly, that was quite funny. I think I laughed in that one. And there's another one called Ball or Sock. Yeah, I just remember I used to enjoy doing these recordings. And I had a lapel microphone. The sound quality isn't great, I'll be honest. But I had a lapel microphone. I don't even know what it was plugged into. Maybe it's plugged into my phone. And I was wandering around the room. Sometimes wandering around the flat talking. So I was kind of getting pumped up in a sense. Not like, I guess just energizing the creativity of the subject matter, maybe. Sort of focusing more, but then expanding upon what I'm saying and not having any limitations, perhaps. And the walking around felt quite nice because I was just talking things through. So instead of just like, here's an idea, but here's an idea, this is how I've come up with this idea. And maybe this is how this might work. And perhaps we can add something else to this idea. And, so it was very free form. I mean, number 99 is called Be Kind, hashtag Be Kind. And that's an hour and 13 minutes. Another one, 98, Evict Self-Prejudice. It's an hour long. Another one, Question Automatic Thinking. That's another hour and 8 minutes. You're Not Broken. That's number 92, an hour and 2 minutes. Is It True? Number 91. I think that was quite a good one. So, this is probably one that I enjoyed doing. Number 88. It's called Bath Floater. That's the 3rd of February 2020. Bath Floater. Now this podcast, I don't know. I'm not sure if it's one that I had to redo, like so many of the ones. Yes, it is. It's definitely one. Now wait a minute. No, it wouldn't be, because I've got ones. How far back do they go that I uploaded? Because I think it's like 2024. 2024. I'm just going to go down. Yeah, so if you look at the dates, I started about 2018, but I actually started uploading in 2024. So the previous podcast got deleted. Or it got stopped, Apple was no longer syncing and stuff, so I had to start a new one, which I've had to do a few times, which is a little bit annoying, because that one was one of my popular ones for a while. Lifting the fog. But yeah, definitely the whatever in the bath. I think that was quite a good one. Blowing bubbles, that's another one. Flamethrower, that was number 242, and that was last year, 19th of June. I did one, it was quite popular, vagal break boost, quantum memory shift. Blimey, that sounds weird. I don't know what the heck that was about. I guess it was about shifting memory using a quantum, whatever that is. Imagine a relaxed person. Oh, this is when so I did start doing, after I did number 232 onwards, I started doing 6 versions. But there had been a long gap. So I don't know what day I did 231, but number 230 was the 7th of May 2021. And 232 was the 22nd of January 2025. So that's a fairly big gap there. That's why I like to have the date on my recordings, so I can actually get more of a sense of when things were. But I've recently been getting advice from, to looking into what I'm doing and sort of trying to get, not professional advice, but just ways to improve the service and to maybe reach a larger audience. And one of those things was to make the title less long, not to have the date in. But the problem with that is I don't know what dates they are anymore. It sounds like an obvious statement, but I like knowing. I like it. I like being able to look back and saying, oh, that was the 5th of March. And then I kind of going back in the year, or maybe the previous year or the year before that, like, oh, because it helps me map out the years, especially if the title is valid to what happened in that recording. For example, earlier in the year, was it March time, when I was having my dental stuff. So that's good, because I can look, through that period, and I've got went to the dentist, silly image on the podcast, actually reminds me of that period of time and other things that happened kind of at the same time. Yeah. It wasn't. It was more April than March, but it was April, wasn't it? April. Yeah. That was weird. That was a weird time. Weird time. So Richard Madeley was born in 1956, which is 14 years before me. And he's 69 years old. It's not fair. It's 69. How can you be 69? 69. Wow. See, my dad's now 80. My oldest brother's... Well, let's say my dad's 80. My youngest brother's 8 years younger than me. I'm 55, coming up to 56. My other two brothers, one's 2 years and the other one's 4 years older. So one will be 60, what am I, 56, I'll be 56 the end of August, 26th of August. So one will be 58 and the other one will be 60 in a month or so. 60. Wow, 60. I've got a brother that's nearly 60. That's crazy. In fact, 56. In 2 years' time, my little brother will be 50. Now that's funny. That's cheered me up now. It's really childish of me, but he's always been the good-looking one. He's always been successful. And I'm not comparing him to my other brothers, just to me. And he's just always had it. It wasn't given to him, but he's really good-looking. And he's still got his own hair and everything. It's really annoying. Hardly any grey hairs, and he looks the same as he looked when he was a kid. Same face. That might sound weird, but I do not look the same as I did when I was 8, or even when I was 18, or even when I was 28. I don't look the same. I don't have the same. I just don't look the same. He looks the same. Now, you might think, oh, yeah. Honestly, if you saw a picture of him when he was 8, and you see a picture of him now, you would laugh. Not because he looks funny. You would just laugh that it's the same face. It's just older. It's the same face, same shape, same size. Some people have that. They just seem to look the same forever. I don't. I've just grown. I used to be super, super skinny. And now I've got like 17 chins. Yeah, that's part of the reason I have a beard, just I can cover up all the chins. Plus shaving takes ages. It's like I literally need a lawnmower, one of those ones you sit on. I thought about getting the council, because they come around and do the lawn probably every month or two. I thought, like, if I laid down in front of it and maybe I could just put my head back and he can shave my chin. But not literally. Don't do that. It's be a silly thing to do. But you know what I mean? Because those things are quite good at going up and down hills. That was the point I was making. I've got so many hills on my chin that I'd need a park lawnmower to shave. That was it was an exaggeration of how big, not just how big my neck and my, all the different chins I've got. I like a really hilly valley. That was, and if it was covered in grass, I guess comparing my beard or whiskers or whatever to grass, because you wouldn't use a razor, would you, on grass? You'd use a lawnmower. You see what I mean? And if you were doing that, you'd be using one that you can sit on, because walking up and down, especially if it's like a petrol one, because you couldn't use a lead because it'd be too far, unless you had like multiple extensions or something. So you need to be one of the ones you can sit on, providing it's safe. It depends how steep the hills are, doesn't it? I guess I'm not really talking about huge hills, because some hills are almost like mountain-like, aren't they? But I'm talking like more bumpy than like really straight up. Not the kind of hills that you see motorbikes riding up, and doing acrobatics in the sky, or maybe they'll go down one and go up the other, and they'll literally have a parachute go off so they can land safely. Not that kind, because I don't think a lawnmower, even one that you sit on, would be able to handle that, because it might tip back over, and that would be unsafe. I'm not comparing my chin to like a really, really steep motorbike cross motorbike off-road competition dirt bike thing where they go so high that they need a parachute. But yeah, I'm just saying that, like, I've probably got a bit more. It takes a bit longer. It's more like pulling of skin and kind of to this. Yeah, it's hard to know where the chin is, where the real chin is, and where the other ones, the fake ones, are. Which one's the real one? Yeah. By the way, I am on the lookout for a life partner, if anyone's interested. If anyone's getting turned on by my description, my physical description. Oh dear. So, what was I going to say? So I'm still doing the podcast, still working on that. It's gonna take, what's it, Thursday now? So we've got at least another week or two probably before they're all done. But I've done the main ones pretty much. I've definitely done the main two. I've nearly finished the main third one, and then I'll look at the others. But unlike last week, when I focused all my attention of uploading the recordings and nothing else, which was not very pleasant, I'll be honest, this week I'm also making new recordings, which is much more pleasurable, because this is why I'm in. It's what I'm supposed to be doing. All the editing and all that side of stuff it just comes with it, but it's not really what I want to be spending my time doing, or too much time doing. So yeah, I'd much rather be creating something, however pointless this might be. There's a degree of creativity involved. Maybe not, I don't know. I'm just chatting, and I'm just having a little chat and a little giggle. A giggle, come a bit of a rascal, just have a little giggle. Carrying memories with love. Okay, I wonder how many left. So if I go 1, this is how many I've got to add to the Sleep Hypnosis Daily, or Relax and Sleep Hypnosis Daily. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Did you hear that? That was my ankle. I just moved my ankle, clicked. Oh, I've lost it now. What was the number? I have to start again. What number was I on? Healing shame? No. carrying memories with love. Is that what I just done? So I'll start again. So carrying memories with love. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16. That's it. I've only got 16 left to upload. So, I mean, as far as the actual there's like hypnosis and hypnosis, so the proper like kind of healing hypnosis-y ones, getting to know yourself again. I did that for Wendy. Then one day at a time, healing hypnosis or healing from the inside. Peaceful after a stressful day, sleep hypnosis. Thanks, Vinny. Discovering peace within, healing from the inside. There's a couple of others, but I'll just focus on the sleep and hypnosis. Learning to feel safe, healing from the inside. Rambling into dreamland, that's sleep hypnosis. I think that's a long one, if I remember rightly. Short, overnight, long, short, voice. No, it's not. I did do a long one recently. Overcoming self-doubt was healing from the inside. Finding hope again. There's a couple that I did were really, really long, but I can't figure out which ones they were. Healing shame, healing from the inside. No, that's like half an hour. No, I can't find the ones that were really long for some reason. They were recent as well. They were. Yeah. Carrying memories with love, healing from the inside. So, short one for that, 33 minutes. Ah, okay. That's interesting. Feeling safe again, healing from the inside. That was an hour and 13 minutes. Letting go of regret. That was 38 minutes. This is the short ones. Obviously, you got the longer ones as well. Rebuilding confidence, 32 minutes. There was definitely a couple I did near the end. Not near the end, but like, you know, before I started changing things a couple of weeks ago. Healing loneliness, healing from the inside. It's 37:32. Very, very interesting. It's got me thinking. It must have been one of the really latest ones. Let's go back to the most recent. short. Okay. So breaking free from control, living in survival mode, that was 2 hours and 36 minutes. That's a long time. That was just the short version. And one before that, getting to know yourself again, for Wendy, 2 hours and 31 minutes. That was the short version. So yeah, I did a few long recordings on purpose. It wasn't accidental. I wanted to do some longer stuff. Let's have a look. Yeah, it was just them two really. I mean, I've done other ones that are over an hour. Well, I've got hundreds and hundreds over an hour, but thousands maybe. But it's like recently. With a hypnosis recording, generally looking about half hour, roughly. Like a half hour long. You know, the short version, I mean. Sometimes 20 minutes, sometimes 40 minutes, but yeah. But then I've got short, 42 minutes. The Let Me Bore You to Sleep ones always seem to last generally for usually anywhere up to, I think the average length is about an hour and a half. And I don't set out to do that. It just seems to be what happens. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows why? My laptop's now making a buzzing sound, so I'll close the lid so it stops. Now, last week, I think it was last week, I had the radiators put in, the new radiators put in. I think it was Tuesday. And they did say that they were going to contact me shortly to arrange for the kitchen, for them to start replacing the kitchen. And part of the reason why they were talking about that is because the radiator people have to come back and put in a new radiator into the kitchen, but they have to do it after the kitchen's been put in, or after like the planning's been sorted, because they're changing the design of the kitchen to what it is now. They could put in more cupboard space, more counter space, which is good for me. They're also putting a plug into the storage room, or a socket, so that I can put my freezer into there, which is also really good. However, I'm going to need to buy one of those high fridge freezers, or a high fridge with a little freezer bit at the bottom probably, because I'm going to need one of them to put into the kitchen, because the one I've got it's like an under counter one, and it won't be an under counter anymore. Plus it's really old, and I need the fridge to be at like eye level, because bending over is it's no longer my friend. Sounds weird, doesn't it? I used to love bending over. My favourite thing. I used to wake up in the morning looking forward to bending over. But yeah, I kind of have to try and keep straight up as much as possible. So I'm going to need to get one of them. I don't even know how much they are. I mean, when I first moved in, the kitchen, the counter goes right across. So I put the fridge underneath, and I put the fridge on top, and a little freezer underneath. And then I got a proper freezer, one that you can open the lid from the top and put stuff in and get stuff. It's much easier than crouching down trying to get stuff out of the little freezer. And there's minimum bending really, because the stuff I want is usually at the top. So that's going to be moved into the storage room, which in itself will probably be a little bit weird to have to keep going to the storage to get stuff out of the freezer. But really, I can just have that as a storage freezer and just put the stuff I need for the coming week into the part of the freezer of the fridge, you know. Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. But it would be nice to have more room of a fridge, because the little fridge I've got is just tiny. It's okay for like very basic stuff, but if I want to get like a whole week's worth of food, there's not enough room in there for that. I mean, yeah, there isn't, no. I'm not moaning, I'm just stating facts. So when I moved in, the council said, well, after you've been here for a year, you can ask permission to remove that part of the counter so you can put in like a high fridge freezer thing, one of the tall ones. I just never got around to it. And there were times in the past when I could have purchased one quite easily, but I just never thought about doing it. It's weird, isn't it? Just like, cause it would. I mean, first of all, I'd have to get someone in to remove that part of the counter, because I wouldn't be able to do it myself. And off the top of my head, I don't know anyone that can do stuff like that without making even more of a mess than I would make. So I just never got around to it. Just like putting in a new carpet. I should have put a new carpet in here 5 years ago, because Andre, bless him, my little boy, he destroyed this carpet. Absolutely destroyed it. The hallway, the kitchen. Well, there's no carpet in the kitchen, but he destroyed the hallway, the bedroom, and the living room. I mean, really, it's destroyed. It's not as bad probably as I'm making out, but it is. It's not a good carpet. And it was a very thin and flimsy carpet to start with. And it's grey. I don't think I should have gone for grey. I think I should have gone for something a bit more brighter, maybe. Perhaps I will do. I mean, maybe pink. Or white even. Although white's a bit of a difficult one, isn't it? Because one stain. And trust me, it's going to get more than one stain pretty much every time I eat. So I can't eat without spilling stuff on myself. As I said earlier, I am available for dates if you're interested. I have to wear a bib. And when I say a bib, I'm not talking about like a handkerchief or a towel, you know, like in a restaurant. Like, I'm talking about an actual bib which kind of catches stuff like a baby wears in a high chair. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I need to wear when I eat. So it catches the food from going everywhere. And it might surprise you, but not all women find that a turn on. It's strange. On a first date, it's, you know, I thought maybe it's a bit of an icebreaker, but it can go the opposite way. Mind you, if you are on a first date with someone and you've ordered food in a restaurant and the food arrives and you start putting a bib on, you know, you kind of attach it around your neck, and maybe it's pink or blue, you know, like a big baby, and they still sit there and they don't leave, that's a promising sign of an accepting person. Even if it's just as a joke, it's like, oh, I think this person might be a keeper. But the flip side of that is, the worrying side is if they're with you because of that. Because they're thinking, oh brilliant, now I can have an adult baby. I've always wanted one of them. It's like, no, there's a line. I don't want to be an adult baby. I just don't want to keep messing up all my tops. Because the thing is, if you're in a restaurant with lots of people about, especially if there's people you might know, but strangers as well, and you're on a first date, when you spill food all over yourself, I just don't want to embarrass myself, that's all. That's why I wear a pink bib. So, saying that, I'm going to go and take Vinny for a walkie, because it's now 5:59 p.m. and it should hopefully be cool enough to have a little stroll without getting all itchy and sweaty. Or it'd just be nice. I just want to be able to walk through the park and come back without having like a pond in my underpants, like a swamp. You know what I mean? Just, well, it's hot. It's all. So yeah, it'd be nice to have a bit of coolness. So thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy, and be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way, maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice, maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, pressed the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized, really. It was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, Now, for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing, I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I've noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier, without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful, completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down, slowed down, because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body, dripping out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly muscles in your legs. Relax, relax, relax. So very deeply. Relax so deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper and deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body are also feeling peaceful, deeply as a sense of peace spreads through your very core. even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. Relaxing. So very slow. Your stomach. Peaceful in your stomach. Your back. Notice how relaxed you now feel. In the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles. Your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body. Tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting. Mind just wandering away. Happy to let go. Let go. Completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go. Even more
peaceful. Enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. Letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. Drifting. Drifting. Peaceful energy. Peace to breathe. So much easier. Loose. You may have or may not have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. total peace. Calm, so calm, letting go. Peace of mind, relaxed body, so relaxed, so relaxed. Your body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful.
And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body, and your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast.
things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest and allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time. And all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth and your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. And as you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back. The top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back, as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser, the muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips, so down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks, and all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. And as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders, which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. As the comfort spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. in, now on your hands. Your hands so peaceful in your hands. There's a sense of real peace that just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels your fingers your fingers so loose, your fingertips moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus muscles in your thighs. Your knees, so relaxed. Your calf muscles and your shins completely relaxed. And the feeling in your feet, so peaceful and so calm, so peaceful, so calm. letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine, in a way, it's like just walking down some steps. And each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Nineteen. 18. 17. 16. 15. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 2. 1. And now, as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes. your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 8. 2. 1. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like you're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. The gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. how does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip and then goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors, otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can have that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating of course your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, you know, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. And I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway. So maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. Sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff, it's inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles, and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins, and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. And of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs, So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's the part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible. Absolutely amazing things your ankles are. Truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is probably possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, but they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also in my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply, and maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body, effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go. Completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. One. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sink in deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each number. starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. Things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension, generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy, it's not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. Things that used to bother you in the past for some reason no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity will turn around and negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. Doesn't deserve to be here, doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go. yourself permission